Fuck you. Fuck this guy. Fuck him. Bastard. You can't keep getting away with it.
Sounds like thunder.
You're late. I was starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is? Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
He's good, man. Mr. Smooth, dude.
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
And both of his nephews are alive.
It's really you.
They're gonna kill Byron, man.
I never thought I'd see the day.
They're revving up to kill Clive's friends or whatever, so.
So these Akashic are being controlled.
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No
The
doubt they
goat's
were turned,
mask.
but silent as monks, every last one of them.
And then he's gonna
Your
get
man
killed.
here speaks true, Clive.
2 with 1.
We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people? Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into 2 parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Lord Rossfield. Of the 7 high houses.
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
Dog time? Don't need any English. Just dog.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things.
Damn, this PS3 game's looking crazy.
They've been routed. They're wearing Waluda armor. Help me, boy. Help me, boy. This one.
Sometimes hard to see what the Akashic dudes are doing. Their whole bodies get all weird and shit. Those guys were always a little bit more difficult though. All the jumping around and extra flips they do, it's hard to tell when they're winding up and when they're just dancing.
Over here! Enough! What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
I think that's probably the goal. Since he was having sex with Ultima last night. I think he's too worried about people being people. Ultima fucks good, man. Whole lot of jimmies.
You're finished. This one.
And the question is,
Big.
are we gonna
Joshua and Jim must be
fight
busy.
Odin here? Possible.
You're finished.
Oh, this is motherfucker.
Over here. To me, boy. Help me, boy. Help me, boy.
Started it a little late.
Too slow. This one. Over here. This is the Agora, where the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
Who cares, man? These leaders are all assholes. The only leaders who aren't are dead. Let them burn, Jimmy.
Where are they?
What if I just only use passive stuff? That would be like.
Extend this far. What the hell is going on here?
Just have a bunch of auto stuff going on in the background. The satellites, the flames surrounding thing,
Where is your master?
the other Bahamut thing. You could put the Iramu, like, lightning on the ground and shit.
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you.
Yeah, this
Mythos.
loser exists.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt. And now you're here. With an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard. And you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back.
Nice try. Help me, boy. I've heard talk. Help me, boy. To me, boy. This one. Titan little trick.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
The giant wave. Shit, the fucking 10-hour windups. When will he stop? Nobody knows.
Be still, my beating heart! One is seldom enough. Would you not agree?
Actually, I wouldn't.
He's fully invincible.
Nice try. Nice try. Yeah. Wait! Stop! Help me, boy. We'll find how.
Enjoying yourself?
Thanks, boy. I needed that. To me, boy. Well done, Toggle. Too slow. Well done, Toggle. I've heard Toggle. Help me, boy. This one.
That needs to die so I can stop hearing him say Mythos in his accent, man.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Who even is this guy? He just was here, now he's done.
Clive!
The henchman.
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
Gotta get back
I'm
up.
sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you
If
could.
only we didn't do all those side quests.
I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
What? They can fight? They're rested. Let me solo, man. I guess not.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Yeah.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people.
Save the world, then kill yourself.
Nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
The D sword. Jeez, man, I just kicked you, dude. He didn't even use the sword. Clive the ultra jobber here. It's not like he's gonna kill him.
You are as weak as all the rest.
Joshua!
Time for the sacrifice.
Hurry! Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got that like overly... He's got kind of that like chinny, cocksure vibe, but not in the fun way.
Can mend flesh, but the spirit must
Yeah,
recover
let's
on its
see
own.
Donut Steel for sure.
I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right.
So where's Jill?
And how is he?
Dead? Captured princess in a castle?
Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. but he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know.
They're prepping up.
Why'd you do it? You lot mad or something?
Somebody's death.
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help.
How long has he been asleep? 2
The world
seconds.
would save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the royalists?
Why didn't they just 3v1 it?
The lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. The Iron Hair wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Still haven't fixed this thing, man.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway.
Gav probably has
Suppose you might still have a
the
few
most
pages in
consistently good
stores.
cursing.
We'll have to hope it's enough.
And it's because his character's
you
pretty
can
much
to make
always
the
just
ship
the same.
faster
He doesn't
than
get too much in the
Your
romantics.
conditions, you really are mad.
He's kind of just the rough
But
guy.
the world really won't save itself.
The world. The world saving itself. My darkness. Why do they have to use the most tropey kind of line there? I'm gonna save the world.
I've said that Otto might know something.
Clive. Go on then.
Rune blade. New stuff.
You'll not find a better price than that.
New hunts. New quests.
What's that for you, dear? No scratches, all right?
I feel like we'll see that guy again somewhere.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
The guy we just had a boss fight with.
Not my best work, but it'll do.
Let me get that vibe. He's like that mystery kind of dude that would just like come back for no reason.
Yeah, that should do you.
Somehow. Either that or he was just the most who character.
Anything else?
it's knowledge you seek.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with it?
Sickle and Dalmacia. They're both pretty fucking far away. We better get more side quests.
Run like the wind.
Personal.
Alright. Could go fight that dragon now too. Not like I've leveled up much, but could go back and fight him.
This might take a while.
We'll see what party members I get. Might as well go with a couple extras.
This won't be easy.
Guess he's not in here. The fuck is he? Be out in there. There's my chocobo drifting, man. Yeah, hopefully Barnabas isn't considered like some kind of like huge, like big boss kind of guy. I mean, obviously he'll be a big boss, but like more near finale kind of boss, right? Once he gets more interesting or he like loses his shit or something. Could be one of those as like a wacky corruption arc. No, but I would get a framed photo of the hogs from Sonic Adventure 2 if somebody made that. Set it somewhere. It's like exactly the same one, like the no border glass one that the president had. I can laugh every time I come in my room.
That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken.
Can't absorb that, that sucks. Gonna keep going. I'm just gonna go infinitely. He did not.
Poor beast. There was nothing I could do.
What a beast, man. You almost fucked me up, brother. Not feeling too bad.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling?
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else? Don't tell me.
They're all right. But it's a long story.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be...
Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been mid.
Then I'll check the workshop.
But they're just still there? We're here. Okay. You say so, man. And I guess they said they all left.
Have you seen His Highness the Prince? We were to dine together, or so I was going to suggest. Before he vanished, that is. I suppose now I'll just have to ask Bard.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
Are we gonna see the prince? What's up, bro?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking. What do What do we have here? Oh. Sid's pipes. Something tells me Mid won't be needing these.
Pipes.
We've had no word from Canva for days. Please tell me Mid is all right.
She's dead.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. I wonder if it was Mid's.
Gas plug disguised.
What's this tucked inside it?
Riddled.
Sid's best invention. That sounds promising. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. But what would that be?
Kind of a random time for
Perhaps I'll take
all
my dad.
this. Had a crazy moment. Jill's been captured. We just come back here alone. I know we're trying to fix this shit, but pretty downbeat for what's going on.
Did you find anything?
Possibly. You wouldn't happen to know what
Clive just doesn't care about Jill.
Opus.
And I don't give a
That
fuck.
girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together? It surprised us all. Not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was of the little scamp. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something inside it.
Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this?
Nope. Nothing. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All too well. All right, out of the way.
Rats.
There's something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though.
How come they never show Sid tinkering on anything, man?
Said it was
You only figure out he tinkers on shit
made of.
after the fact.
Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Convenient. He not only had the writings, but just the whole thing was already made. This is probably the most random ass Ming story or like mini arc. We easily could have just had her ship like barely working or not working and we needed to escape really quickly. Maybe Clive was like hesitant to go. And then they decided to chase after them after they escaped. That would have been totally fine. Coming back here to just like fuck around with Sid's pre-made piece of gadget work is kind of odd.
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye.
I guess it's supposed to be like to have a little bit more Sid mid-bond type of shit, but not really necessary. Maybe the prince, maybe it's gonna be something with him.
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
Everybody can ignore their wounds, then maybe she's just wrong about needing rest.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails.
I feel like they're kind of not even making an attempt here, man, with the side stuff.
I have to get back.
We have to hurry. But first, we've just introduced a few essential side quests.
If it's knowledge you seek.
Like I'm down to do the side quests. I have no problem with slow pace, stuff like that, but it's been odd this last 10 hours with the side quests where they come in at the worst time. The thing is, they're very missable, from what I can tell. So even if they're technically not, that you can miss some would mean you're going to want to immediately do them. Of course you want the benefits.
Do you recall the flowers I had you bring back to the yard?
Vaguely. Is something wrong?
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morganbeards to take root, but they rarely flower. I fear the soil here does...
I just feel like the pace of the game, like there's a lot of non-stop moments. There just really probably shouldn't be many missable side quests during those. Should just be during the downbeat shit.
I don't agree with them. However, I believe I have a solution.
I can't wait to hear it.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know, but hear me out. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient-rich ether drawn from their environs. I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate the flower to bloom. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory.
And all you need is a single vine from an ordinary Morble.
That is correct. A single vine. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. But, as luck would have it, a most extraordinary specimen is rumored to haunt the swamps of Rosaria. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was only recently posted on the hunt board.
How timely.
I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I. Now, where did I put my watering can?
These FF14 pun quest names, man. Carrot. The Whispering Waters.
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Tough for that. Speaking of which, I'm actually a bit,
Worried about him. And you want my advice?
afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy ring to say thank you. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go white as a sheet and quiet as a curl instead. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like that. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around, I thought maybe
I'd speak to him again. Well,
Jesus, man. Blackthorn's always having a fucking emotional something, man.
I suppose there's no point leaving him to
Or his
stew.
fucking therapist.
cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit as soon as I have a moment.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then. You come along when you're ready.
You can make a funny joke out of this shit, man. Jill's getting like fucking destroyed or something right now. Mind fucked. Meanwhile, we're out here fucking fooling around, man, with fucking Blackthorn and everybody. Thing is, they lock you in at a lot of points and not being able to do anything.
Glory to Griga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
So it's weird that they like wouldn't do that.
Taya's busy working herself
Yeah.
into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
I know better than to order Taya to do anything. But I'll speak to her.
Thank you. I pray you have better luck than I did.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia, it's the only thing strong enough.
You wouldn't, Tyre. Surely. There must be something we can do for him.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodrigue.
I will.
Get the fuck out of here,
We
Rodrigo.
have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam.
Of
It
course.
needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with the tears. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
What? Who? What'd you want?
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen?
Bloody hell, Clive. Not this again. Ain't you got better things to do with your time?
That remains to be seen.
Bloody
August tells
hell.
me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind telling us why?
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said, then I'm sorry.
It was the ring, right? It brought back some unhappy memories, that's all. Memories better left forgotten.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn. But sometimes it helps to talk about them.
And sometimes it doesn't. Is that so hard to understand?
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring you flashed was the work of Zoltan. We apprenticed together, back in the day.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Bastard's improved, though. More than I thought possible. That thing's a work of art.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe. What's it matter to you?
It matters because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even half that detailed.
So what? You're an armorer, not a jeweler.
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul into my work. Because the curse breakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit? Learn his secret.
I doubt he'd be too happy to see me.
Then just this once. Make peace with being second best. Swallow your pride, and focus all your energies on the task at hand. Keeping the curse breakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's going to distract you, we need to do something about it.
Jill.
What'd you say, Blackthorn? You know he's right. And it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Clive's getting NTR'd right now, man.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's-his-name is then? Zoltan, was it?
In Dravozd, my old village.
Jill's just gonna switch sides because he's taking so long.
He's the chief.
Dravozd, eh? That rings a bell. Not far from
Maybe
Tabor,
Ultima will
right?
turn into
Just north of
Clive.
the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravozd as soon as you can, yeah? And I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get
Adieu,
cold feet.
Babetta.
Good luck with that. I'll see you there.
This was in the marshes. Was it the dim? Is that where he was? I forgot, man.
If it's knowledge you seek.
Wish my man would just write it down. The Whispering Water. There we go. Voila.
Couldn't have been just any mobile, could it? All right then. Find how.
Wow, this takes a bit. Should have done it earlier.
Help me, boy. To me, boy. Too slow. Let's try. To me, boy. Well done, Torgal. Too slow. That hurt, Torgal. Go, Torgal. Soil and stone!
I almost feel like that punch does more than the fucking Bahamut thing, man. Because it's AoE, it does a little less, who knows?
That was definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard.
Man, this isn't even that close, dude. Because you have to go south and around.
The free cities under siege.
This is no time to ride.
Why not?
Come on.
There's Chocobos right behind you, buddy. My man's gotta wait till he's far outside the perimeter.
Kicked down already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed in without his say-so. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. You look like trouble. I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you asked so nicely, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let us through.
All right. Just don't go starting anything with the chief.
promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Go on then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravosht. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on anvil. Clive, you're good with people. You speak to Zoltan.
Hey, you ain't backing out now, are you?
There's a river of bad blood between me and the chief. But if someone can build me a bridge, then I'll cross it.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate it. He'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
The forge on the hill.
Good luck. You'll be needing it.
Jesus, man. Fight your battles for you.
The forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Mama, why hasn't Papa come back yet?
He's helping the chief with something very important.
Sounds like we'll have to do some ass kicking. Oh, this is a larger side quest for sure.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did?
Fuck! We're getting nowhere. These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless.
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here, and neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
Please, Chief, you've got this.
What a nice guy.
Magic's no more use than crystals.
Time for Blackthorn to show them how to fucking use shit that or make a fucking heat without crystals or whatever.
Things been as bad as they are now. Without magic to feed the furnaces, we're doomed.
Yeah, well, probably made an alternative.
Sorry, but if none of you lot can smell ore anymore, we're gonna have to.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, At least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, we need to know. What turned the village against you?
I left. Dravozd. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravozd in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravozd prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnaces, this place is as good as dead.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing without.
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravozd won't last long without its furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Of course. Why wouldn't you? If you're gonna destroy all the crystals, do you think they'd have, like,
They give us an edge over the rest.
other options?
You'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only ever a matter of time before we shared
I feel
them.
like they should have shown Sid tinkering more.
On the road to freeing Valisthea
I
from
mean, it
the
makes
prison of
sense
the
just
crystal's
him being
blessing.
a Sid, but
Dravozd will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree,
he's
August?
more of a swashbuckler, man.
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans, then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you, August?
All right, then.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander
Of
skin.
course you do.
I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out in the fields of Karava.
Time for a spot of hunting, then.
At least it's 2 feet away. Well, more than 2 feet. A ways.
Faster!
Oh yeah, there's been no Leviathan in this game. Huh. Wonder if that's like a super boss or something. Something hidden.
Let's make this quick, shall we? No mistakes.
Muhammad! I'm hurt, Torgal.
I dare say that would be enough for a decent set of bellows.
Are they gonna kill Joel before my man does a full romance? I feel like not. We'll see though. You know, that's probably why that fucking Sonic matcha wasn't as good. Because I think it was just a plain latte. Not a tea. They're giving away a free game on GOG. I guess they've been doing free games for the last few weeks. Ancient Enemy. It looks like shit. But, yeah, maybe it's not. Let's get this cutscene rolling.
What's this all about then?
Don't know. Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
There should be plenty. Right then, time to put these louds to work. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished in no time.
Their app sucks. It takes fucking forever just to open. Still not open, what the fuck?
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. And without a single crystal in sight.
You know what this means, don't you?
I do, yeah. Dravost is saved.
Sorry about earlier.
Yeah. Fuck you.
I take back everything I said. That thing you built us is an honest to God's marvel. You saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. He oversaw the construction.
Give this to him, would you?
What is it?
Pet Cole's cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer, which will do wonders for your steel. Our secret for yours. Only fair. I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment trying to match up to the bastard. No amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. He's a genius. Plain and simple. The man Dravost needed. But he took all his talent and left. Gifted and free. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Well, you know
Jealous.
what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that.
Jealous, bro?
These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done.
So would I.
I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home safe and sound.
See that you both do. I'll save the cinders till then.
All right. It'll be a nice little surprise for him.
honestly think it'd be faster to go from here. You say, why is that? If I don't go from here, I have to fucking walk through the entire town on foot. No sprint, no nothing.
Faster.
No chokey. 2 gil walk. That's gonna make a huge difference. And then we'd have to ride after that.
Thanks, Cal. Rodrigo could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls.
Well, we've already fought these spiders. I'm really thinking that, that Bahamut attack's not even like that good. Single target. I should hold out for some goofy diamond dust shit, or... Odin. Okay, you can warp to the hideout. From the hideout. Save some time. I should have been doing that before.
Gentlemen, I see you both made it home in one piece.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to outstay our welcome. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you left. Everyone except Zoltan, that is. Didn't see hide nor hair of him.
Oh, but that reminds me. I have something for you.
Pick old Cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. You didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will make good use of his cinder. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my gratitude. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent sleepless night trying to copy me, did he? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got a reputation to uphold.
It's good to see you back on form, Blackthorn.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful all the same. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, about to put Zoltan back in his place.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastards.
A little healthy competition should be good for him.
You're not wrong. Still, it's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets. And that's good enough for me.
Ouroboros. The belt to end all belt. You don't say.
So what do I owe the honor?
Listen, there's a better belt.
What's saying for you, dear?
Or has it begun? Or maybe it's the best one. Get a stone tongue. From a hunt. Oh, I have the orichalcum. The sons of Ouroboros. Hunt. And a hunt. They both need orichalcum. I imagine from the dragon I get one. Like, oh, this is like a 7 HP upgrade, 11 defense. It's like not even that big, man. Like I said, I mean, you get upgrades through the whole thing, right? They're pretty slight, all things considered. They get there eventually, but you can't ignore the system. A lot of marginal upgrades built up. You never really feel them, you just know you're...
He's a surly soaker.
I got distracted by that dialogue there.
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent manner.
Yeah. It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can successfully graft this to the Morganbeards... When I successfully graft this to the Morganbeards, I suspect the results will be immediate. I shall begin at once. It is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid, you've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled. You must accept this file as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Taya.
Alright. Well, it's not like you're gonna be able to do that for everybody. You got one tentacle. Yeah. When I go fight the dragon, I'll have to grab some juicier I have to actually use my potions, my consumable ones. Well, they're all consumable, but use the buff
Cole
ones.
said it was an army of Akash.
Why not?
Oh, I wasn't expecting
How
you
much
back.
more do we need here? Holy. 2850. Genji. There's no way there's that much game left. Is this like New Game Plus quest or something, man? I mean, maybe there is. Maybe you just get a shitload for each thing you do. I really doubt it, though.
All done?
Nice to feel like you did everything. Not have it be all New Game Plus.
Talia looks like she's about to
I
collapse.
like to feel like we got some cool
Is this
loot.
what you needed?
Not the. I got the halfway point loot.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Clive. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but Talia's right. Sometimes it's all we can do. A single dose dulls even the most agonizing pain, and all other sensation with it. It may be a gentle way to die, but it is death nonetheless. I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid-here. Drifting on waves.
Good. Just relax.
Can you get the motherfucker a pillow,
Let the
man?
waves carry you to a better place.
Or is he stiff as a stone?
I'm so proud of you.
Who was he?
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigue. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor, back in the Southern Isles, on the front lines of some meaningless war. I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents, to treat the wounded with my gift. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the true physicker's art, that is.
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curse's end.
And a kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility before the end. I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change. And we need to be the ones to change it.
And we will. I promise.
I hope so.
Stop making me do these side quests, lady. Maybe we'd get to it. I can't believe how much renown you need there. Like I said, unless the quest and all the main story stuff just ends up giving that much, which, I mean, maybe it will. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. I need to do that dragon quest at some point here. There's more hunts, as we know, because it shows them on the requirements. The Ouroboros gear, that is.
I were right, Clive. My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Aine is one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship.
Look how we're literally trying to catch this thing. They gave us all these side quests to do. Like, is this supposed to be a boat chase? Where we're putting together this boat and then need to fucking start going, man. Why put those side quests at that point? There's been a couple baffling timings for side quests, but and I thought those took the cake, but I think this takes the cake.
This is the Enterprise! And the world's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Tharm?
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must.
The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
There's a few lights, though.
Mid! Company!
Eh?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Like, I feel like this just should have been the cutscene right after they started taking off. Like, she had, like, work overnight or something. While we defended or, like, hid out. Had a moment talking about Sid. She has a eureka moment. And then we have to do this part.
All hands! Man your stations!
All the way back to base and then fucking do a bunch of side quests.
Everyone with me?
It's a good thing they kicked the lights off.
Here they come.
Why would they stop?
It needs every moment we can give her.
Behind me, Lord Rosfield. I'll take care of these fuckers.
This guy is pretty much just here to save Black Man.
I'll have you know, Earthbreaker here once struck fear into the heart of every man in the Clints.
About that offer, Herb?
How are we doing, Mid?
I thought you said that ship was fast!
Old? I haven't felt this alive in 20 summers. Come on, then. Which of you lot bet?
Their lines are getting corrupted. So we'll be seeing the prince again at some point. Somewhere. That is just fully out. Gonna save us at the last minute.
That was easy enough.
Alright, you lousy lot. Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain?
Boosh.
Clive?
Wait for the sniper shot. Yeah.
But I thought
I don't know if he's just got clones or he just keeps coming back.
Confounded. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
Cool.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Odin even gets his own army.
Yes, we are. Right, Lord Rosfield? My boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Or was it my axe? No matter, heads will roll all the same.
Mate, new plan. You leave, we follow.
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor!
He's still waiting for us, man.
Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friends. 'Tis not blood that runs through an Eddie's veins. These foes will not fall easily.
But they will fall.
Like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes. Unless you have a better idea.
Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it. Let's do the lot.
Excellent. Muhammad.
Should we make for the ship?
Not yet. Wait for my signal.
We're just gonna run, man.
It's over.
In your own time, Clive!
boys! Run for it!
The last second jump, man. I mean, couldn't he just like just prime, dude? Guess that might ruin the ship. Prime into the water, then unprime, dude. Whatever. I mean, Joshua could just fly, man. I feel like they should elaborate on the cost a bit. Not again. Jill hit with the bracelets again, man.
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Now back to your stations!
Yeah, we'll catch up to him by not moving in the water.
Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ah. You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Brandalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back.
Warlord Byron.
Cheerio! Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, you can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
That fireball away, brother Jesus. Light this place up.
Great God of mercy. All this. What have I done?
My lord.
Return of the medicine girl, round 7, 8. Dangerous outer seat. Well, what's out there, bro? I got a boat fight.
There's a lot of sea between here and Waloed, but any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehere.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Oh, they interrupted
Sails
him.
on the horizon.
She's
The
ours.
proper timing. Already?
Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye! Do you feel that?
Jill.
All hands! Battle stations! Let's see what this girl can do.
Where one leads, so does the other follow. The bond of consciousness which joins them condemning both to the same fate.
Thank you, Riddleman.
Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
goes gosh!
One of us.
Hard a port! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
Thank God he didn't do a horizontal one.
It's now or never.
I'll find her.
Bloody hell! At a starboard!
Just gonna take him with us. He can fly though.
Where did you hide, Barnabas?
You know, it's not bad, but I feel like I'm just gonna go back to the Ramu one. Like, satellite's cute and everything, but it's not that great.
To me, boy.
We'll probably get a new one soon, fuck it. It was pretty good at 1.5 times. I mean, that one almost does better without the 1.5 times, and that's not even like a super one.
Please, don't kill me. Proper fight at last. We're all going to die. First on the butcher's bill.
I need to hurry.
It's cool though. That could be a nice boat fight. Boat set piece. And a giant tentacle monster at this point, right? Take your time, Clive.
He wants him alive.
Hold on. I'm coming. For both of you.
Who wants to steal this ship?
all this guy does is just charge across the fucking screen. My camera eats fucking huge ass. Trying to parry that guy's attack, but it went for the wrong dude.
She must be here somewhere.
Just a cook. You're keeping these guys alive. What the hell are you? It looks to be going down.
You came.
Get back.
How'd he do that?
Clive, how did you?
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Stand still!
Who's getting killed, man?
Phoenix. Are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
In earnest, then.
Always a smoke screen, man. Riding on top of the wave, man. Classic. Are we gonna be in there now? That'd be a set piece. Part the waves, brother. Taking it easy.
Can you go on?
I mean, at any point, couldn't the waves come by?
I think so. But to where?
What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation.
All this consciousness
And
bullshit,
thus
dude.
has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
How long is he been walking?
As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Clive, no.
Trust me, Jill.
Jill the Jobber, man.
We don't have to do this.
Oh, but we do. If only to remind you of your duty.
Help me, boy.
Thanks for nice try.
Come.
In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you lacking. All this fire and fury, and for what? Stopping the blight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man.
How dare you?
You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods. fists. Defend yourself!
Doesn't stagger easily.
To me, boy.
I have seen enough. If reason cannot sway you, there are other means of persuasion that might. Cast off your trust. I shall cut you free. You've been given. And thus is the light of hope severed. You would yield so soon. Never.
Clive!
Do you not see? Your iron will weighs you down,
Classic.
dragging you ever further from your purpose.
Bad guy easily disposes of the main dude.
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants?
He waxes
The breath of
bullshit.
the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us, it unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos, you wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
Okay.
And what exactly would that be?
A little overboard with the cryptic.
My loyal servants
Purple
to
prose,
God.
man.
No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation! And abandon everything we hold dear!
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours, and not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Just kill his girlfriend already, man. Or damage her or something.
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try.
Running.
Don't look back!
What the fuck is these? What the fuck are these end quests? Yay, Clive lost. Why even bother with these? They're at most just goofy. I don't know. I'm not big into the Barnabas character. I don't think he kills it or anything. But they try to make him far more like wordy and like eccentric, like different feeling, to the point where he almost comes across as more generic, right? He doesn't really say anything. He just talks. He's always like speaking in some kind of riddle, but it doesn't make him like cool and mysterious. It kind of just makes him like kind of lame. He doesn't really have like any charisma. He just comes across as like the evil Pope kind of character, right? Which is pretty generic. I mean, I don't know what he's talking about binding with the other dominants. I mean, he could just give himself to fucking Clive at that point, right? Like, Chill's the only other one there. So, like, who knows what he's even talking about? I assume we're gonna get a Jill's here. He's done jobbing.
I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led. We need only wait till dawn.
Make it. Because the clothes are wet.
This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
And maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master.
He hasn't even gone sicko mode yet, dude. Just fighting hand to hand.
Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe. But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
But he's exactly the same.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've
Nothing's
saved.
changed.
It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good.
Yeah, I guess they got wet clothes.
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving, provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
The Shiva powers that he can't use to the same extent, and that helps him get closer to being what Ultima wants. This scene's a little iffy too. I just don't see the plight of Clive here, right? Like, I mean, what, Barnabas? I blame a lot of it on the Barnabas character again, man. He's speaking in so many riddles you can barely even, like, get, like, a great fundamental grasp of, like, what he's really going for. But then our characters are, like, ass mad about it. Like, they already knew he was, like, a fucking... wanted to be possessed like a vessel or whatever. If they were bothered by it, she wouldn't give him any powers or anything here. Maybe he goes through God mode and combines them all eventually, but I don't know.
Jill.
I mean, they needed to do the romance eventually.
Are you sure?
His down moment doesn't seem really that down.
If this is what you want.
I guess him getting his ass kicked is enough, but... He's like, no, that's not what I meant.
Don't worry, Clive. It is.
Can she even fight after this, though?
This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me.
Is this sex? Is this what sex is like? Yeah, this is fate sex. Chill, I'm Etherin. Just gave her the jackhammer, dude. Fate jackhammer. Mollusks.
Time to continue on. Having pledged my life to those I love. And I will gladly bear your burdens.
But he never uses the other powers in the cutscene.
Clive.
It's only in combat.
I promise you, Jill. We will find a way.
Yeah, that's why she almost collapsed, dude. My man's breath.
Find a way to save each other.
I'm sure all of his superpowers somehow self-clean him. He was just in the ocean, brother.
That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know.
Yeah, our eyes are burning. Musk that kills.
Smile could bring me so much joy.
Alright. I'm not there emotionally in this scene, man. The driving action, set piece stuff, the, world ending threats, okay, I'm there, but yeah, the characters at this point, they're not like bad or anything, but that particular motivator there, not really. Part of it's also that Jill's not really like super developed. And then the Barnabas shit. Really, the moment before that was kind of just like cool, but not really like something you could empathize with in any way. Just Barnabas being goofy. Man, Torgal has to he had a watch, man. Fuck, dude. Torgal the cuck. Man.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Side quests.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last mother crystal.
The Einherjar is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one.
To side quests.
Ash will have to wait.
Okay.
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherja, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with Akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. But I doubt a few planks will stop what's coming. Still, we'll keep at it. Every little helps, I suppose.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, but when is it gonna fly to space? But can I just dodge? I guess it has less lineup frames. Whoa, side quest, whoa. Maybe less recovery frames. Oh, leaves permafrost. Another crystal, you can just leave setting. You can make an entire build out of just this kind of shit and have 20 things just passively setting there. That seems cool.
We'll allow it.
Alright, I actually wasn't a big fan of the Bahamut stuff, so I'll Toshiba. See how these are. Not again.
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. With the forge and all that. Well, anyway, the mines just down the road from there are spewing out ether like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the area is either turned or on the way to turning, apparently. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. Except get eaten. If something ain't done soon, the old place will be overrun.
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off. I'll see you in Dravost.
Yeah, hopefully they can make it. Be there in a while. I highly doubt this is all of them. In fact, I know it's not, because we still need some to make the Ouroboros shit.
Then again, why settle for low-born chaff when we've honest-to-goodness royalty right here beneath our roof? If Prince Dion cannot see my love for him, then perhaps the Phoenix will.
Somebody have sex with this lady already, Jesus.
With Canva in the hands of Akashic.
Ah, Sid. Just the man I was hoping to see. Did you have a mo?
No.
Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash.
Oh no, we still got plenty of that left. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. This time, it's a new smelter. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermo amplification and a system of reciprocal let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot hotter than anything Blackthorn's got in his forge, that's for certain. Only mithril engines get hotter, and you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other end. Trouble is, we won't be able to make out of any old rubbish, neither. And I hear you once helped Helena get her hands on exactly that. Any chance you could help me too?
If it's for the good of the hideaway, I'd be happy to.
Oh, it is. I promise you.
So, what exactly is this good stuff you need me to find?
We've got a couple of examples here. Spherical echoes, we call them.
More fallen materials. So this smelter is similar to the mithril engine in more ways than one.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. Fallen ceramics deal with heat like nothing else, see? And what's more, they're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. If we line the hood with them, they'll reflect the heat right back into the furnace. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is, they're all watched over by their bigger, uglier cousins.
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes, and bring back the spheres they're guarding?
That's it in a nutshell, yeah. We're only 3 short, mind, and we know exactly where they are. There's one up Amber Way, in that ruin that they call Lost Plume.
3 different locations, my friend.
Silent South, over in Dalmekia. Last one is...
All right then. Wish me luck.
Will do. I'll be keeping all my fingers and toes crossed.
Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Stop talking. Get it. Alright.
Miss, can we read Miss Editor's story for us?
Canva lost? It can't be true.
How did they bring so many people over on that one little ship?
Yep. So, what'll it be? No scratches, all right? Anything else?
The stew's awfully
Out of papio nuts and all.
I will not forget this kindness, my lord. I shall go to Eastport.
Shut up. Shut the hell up. So when do we fight Behemoth? It's gotta be some big fight.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me.
They like mention Behemoth
I
a
can
lot.
speak to her at least.
There's no way they don't have a Behemoth fight. Not to mention it's just kind of like Final Fantasy tradition at this point. Now will there be a Cup Noodles quest attached to it? That's a different question. If only, right? my god. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, there's the next 5 hours. I mean, at least this is a down moment in the story, right? At least they didn't do this like, we're about to go kill Ultima and my wife is bleeding out and here's 20 quests. Maybe they were leaking out. There's so many here, they were starting to leak out at bad moments earlier.
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
If she's not moved on already, yes. I hope everything's alright.
Why would Doris insist on going alone?
I wonder if you don't do the part 1s of these quests.
Cole was right to be worried.
If like these ones don't pop up. I'm gonna make a save. We'll go do these, but I'm gonna like wait and see. What happens after this? We might be getting some other stuff along the way.
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
Where's this Yote?
But not nearly
Thought
as
she was
well
supposed
as
to
you
be here.
should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
Yeah, it's alright, we
And what
know.
would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken.
Not really.
I have never felt so powerless, and when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
Prince and Jill gonna be able to like transform magically still by the end? Or is my dude gonna become all of the Jedi? God, I hate that movie. I'm all the Jedi. I'm all the icons. Oh, it looks like he pissed his pants, but it's not the case.
What is this place?
Don't move. Here, it's fresh from the well.
Damn good water.
Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
The fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Take her with you, man. She's appeared like 8 times throughout the game. Make her a main character at this point, brother. Time for people to get pissed at him.
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Can he still turn into Bahamut? They haven't established that. He can take people's powers and then they can turn, but it seems
Perhaps he can find enough.
it's always been after, like, they sucked some ether or went crazy. I don't think anybody's just, like, turned natural. Then again, it's always some boss fight.
Soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you come in.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
Time to die for real. Yoshua. I mean, Ultima's gotta break out eventually, doesn't he? But damn, it's a lot of questies, brother. Oh yeah, son of a bitch, man.
I still say it were a compliment.
Say it all you like. It doesn't.
Ah, Clive. I was wondering when you'd arrive. Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready.
The fuck? Who wrote this character? Enough with this shit. Supposed to be like busy shit going on, man. Intense shit, and this chick's always cracking horrible jokes or just fucking cocksure as hell, man.
We'll be setting out for Drake's Spine.
Not fitting the tone, man.
Place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
All right, if it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood?
Kind of important. Chick's so selfish, man. What a fucking horrible person.
Barnabas Thom, the one they call the last.
They're out there trying to save the world, man.
Understand him.
Just worried about getting bothered.
The kingdom of Waloed.
Giant character.
Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash.
Yeah, he's so charismatic.
Having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea. Tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canva's streets.
Yeah, we know.
Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas,
here comes the poetics, man.
Waloed has achieved the impossible and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped, and Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard.
Well,
but then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the
Thankfully, she doesn't know anything, so we don't have to visit her.
I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
How do you...
Nuke quest is available nearby.
Split the sea.
Please, Your Grace. Ah, my Lord Marquis.
Oh, she's here.
It was the greatest honor of my life. But now, so I bid you. Your companions are kind. I must admit, but I see now.
Yote, is anything the matter? You seem troubled. Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but... But His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by. And our supplies are almost exhausted.
How many bear
Unless we
asses
can
do you
secure
need?
more soon, your brother's anguish will likely become unbearable. My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
For Joshua, anything.
Thank you, my lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counteract the curse. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole area flooded. The search continues for a new source. One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it. The Stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood.
Well, yes, but...
Then I shall go in your stead.
But, my lord...
You've yet to find another source, correct? So for now, the aqueduct is our best hope. Besides, I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Well, if you're sure, my lord. Stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients.
Take a quick piss. I guess we'll do all these side quests. Off we go. Will? Don't really have any new hunts. What's that one? Let's start going. We have any allies? Not really. It's not like they're that good, but...
Come on.
How's the dog doing lately? So I just need to keep using them. It'd be cool to get the party members out here. This is a little extra insurance. And I guess I could always just risk it. It's not like it's a big deal.
Now to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals.
Why is it marked so high?
Just my luck. Well, I won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it. I'm hurt, Torgal.
So why would I want any of this? Like Ice Age seems like it could be fun. We'll do Ramu, Judgment Bolt, the Ice Age. 5,500. He's a mix of all sorts of shit.
Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive.
It's just a dash. I don't really care, man.
All right. That should
Oh, it's way up there because it's a different quad.
do it.
Well, no fucking wonder. It's down here. It's a mystery. If we're gonna have any kind of finale, go to like a bunch of different places in the world to find some hidden information. Cool. Big part of the story.
All right. Damn it. The whole village has turned. What'll do, girl?
Garuda!
I need to fight everybody, man. I fucking auto aim, dude.
Let's go.
Yeah!
Alrighty.
You deserve a rest. I'll need to deal with these ones first. Nice try.
Help me, boy.
Too slow.
To me, boy.
Nice try.
And another. Waken.
Now to find this spherical echo.
Spherical.
This is it. Dora should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
I've got greens of all shapes and sizes. Colours
Looking for
too.
shelter?
Mostly green though. Just 'cause the heavens have
What
gone
am
to
I looking for?
don't mean we have to. Nearly done.
Like, I know who I'm looking for, but like, where the fuck is she?
The world seems to be changing so fast lately, I can hardly keep up.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
Ah, Clive, I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take some
More
to
chores.
Raid up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest out to provide. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneer's taking supplies up that way. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it. But I think even he's starting to worry.
All right.
We got a lot of side quests.
Ask if I didn't have to.
I'll let some of the voice acting roll, but
Gazal greens for a few years at least.
you know, just read some of what they said.
Greens.
Unless it's like a big side quest.
Most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love them too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need, they ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. And if he don't, well, I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
I mean, at least these ones are more like chain quests, where you're seeing like characters you've known through the game, kind of filling out like an arc or going through some kind of story, right? We just got a lot of them. Not all of them are quite like that.
I heard the Guardian saying we're supposed to grow our own.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from Martha.
These are Gazal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive the old wheat fields, but they'd long since gone to seed, only without the seeds.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these. so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far, subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity as we do. It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves, bearers and Guardians alike. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports of...
The Horde is closing in. They're coming, so wait, all of them.
Damn it all, I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
These
Yes,
fools.
so wait.
Sure seems like it was a good idea.
The Horde.
A Kashek, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be able to defend the village, but...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape through, but I fear that's rather an enormous if.
What if you could call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die, fighting for their lives.
So wait. You said you lacked men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Do they not wish to see Eastpool saved?
Do they really have time? They're not trained or anything.
Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians, what help they are able to offer could still prove the difference between victory and defeat.
You're right, my lord. I will appeal to them.
I mean, Clive could just go out there and kill him himself.
My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will, a home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for.
Randomly Martha.
Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and
The
women?
pan, dude. Her squire comes out with the pan, man.
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will.
Free men and women fighting together.
Just sign everybody up. And
For Eastpool!
For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
okay.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady.
I thought they were coming. I thought they were almost here and batting down the hatches and all that.
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square, the perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Await, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade, they're here.
They were just here though
What
already.
you must do. We work together, everyone playing their part, each shielding the other that no man might fall, that Eastpool might live on. For Rosaria.
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm. And here it comes.
I don't know how that plan made sense. They're all split up, then slowly draw back. And then all of a sudden, all of the enemies will be in the middle, and you just get surrounded. It was like a bull rush, man.
I will not let this village fall. Nice try. Over here! Ogle, kill! Give me thunder! Now, Torgal! What? All yours, Torgal!
Final boss. Corrupted Chocobo.
Looks like that's the last.
Lord Rossfield, change of plan.
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many Akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No, let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
Jesus. A journey.
Next one's mine. I might not know what.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
No, never mind. Not as much of a journey. It looks like one, but it's not.
Time to fight.
Because you can only mark 3 quests on your HUD at one time. Since I already have 1 million.
There it is. With me, Torgal. All yours, Torgal. Get him.
That was a smooth one. My smoothest job. All the right hits off and counters and shit and parries. The right staggers and a good build up to Judgment Bolt.
Alright. Back to Eastpool.
Pretty good kit. We'll see with a lot of actives, but still a mix of kind of like parry shit and charge shit. Dash stuff. I don't really care other than the Garuda one about any of the B button shit. I haven't really cared about those really much at all. They've been generally
Curl, is it?
don't really flow with everything.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool.
What you said last time. That
Thank
we
you,
eradicated everybody.
Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together.
This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away, they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. They're Rosarians.
Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he was still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too. And I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting out.
That's another thing too. It's definitely got that Yakuza kind of. You can see the MMO in it too. That kind of to the side quest. What I mean by that is like people just walk from off screen. Like there's a whole group of like 4 people who just happen to be standing there. I mean, I get that they could be walking up or something, but they don't really frame it that way, and they listen in on some of the conversation. I mean, there's a way. I mean, you know, with camera work and with how the dialogue would end up and stuff, you can make it seem more natural that they'd show up. But it's something you see just a lot, right? Like in your Yakuza quest. Side quests like this and all that shit. Where somebody will conveniently show up in the middle of the woods who has something to do with the quest. Yakuza does it like the worst. It's almost like a joke at that point, but because it is so tongue-in-cheek, you're willing to accept it. You know, you're in a place that nobody knows where you are, and the guy who has to partake with, or who gave you the quest will just fucking warp in out of nowhere to land right when he needs to for the perfect, you know, lesson of morality and ethics and shit. It definitely give you. I mean, I get why they do it, right? I mean, if you have to play the camera work differently and change the writing and all that, you know, it's more budget and an effort, and I don't know. I think that kind of framing and writing changes is probably what games probably need, man. That extra push, that extra attention to detail, or you know, not believability, but in a way, yeah. I mean, these are still supposed to be people, and you know, just like you or me or something. There's certain situations and stuff that a little bit of believability or a little bit of flow, you know, makes sense. It's like when people get, you know, mad that, you know, like in, say, like Game of Thrones, you know, people just warp across the map. They just end up at the right time, and there's like no thought or care put into like, you know, the travel or, you know, country lines and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, that can be annoying, but you can make something good with some of those things thought about. I think it makes for an even stronger world building and immersion and stuff. Not to say I feel like stuff should just be shackled by shit like that. I don't need every detail answered, but there's little, I feel like, bridges that could probably be crossed to improve on that kind of stuff. I don't think this does it like really poorly or anything, but you'll definitely notice it. I mean, I'm probably just like extra sensitive to it because in all the Yakuza and MMOs and bullshit. And it doesn't matter, obviously, in a game I feel like that doesn't care about that kind of immersion or something. I'm not getting pissed at, you know, if like Etrian Odyssey did it or something. Right? I mean, although the framing of that's always fun. You only get quests from generally the quest board, so.
Classed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course, and I'll be counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right. I will.
Not a big deal, but
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first
it's
mission
something I
together?
think that
Clearing the goblin.
maybe doesn't draw attention to itself a whole lot. That's probably why, I mean, they do it in the first place, but like, if it was different, you'd be much more into stuff sometimes.
It's from the Stillwind Marshes.
How could I forget?
Like, I mean, she could have been like they could have been saying this to each other, and it could have been framed where she was sitting there helping somebody, and then she just overhears and, you know, calls some of the dudes over, or, you know, she shows up in a different scene or something. Like, there's all sorts of little ways I feel like you can make it feel like, you know, a bit more believable, that kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, there's probably better ways of doing it, but like, yeah, you probably got what I mean. The I just walk in from off screen is like, you know, if you're trying to get a lot of quests in, like a Yakuza or something, it's, you know, probably a step you gotta take if you just want to purely focus on the writing, but, you know, I feel like there's probably cuter ways of doing it.
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
Okay. That's the new quest. Maybe. No, it's not. It's got a diamond.
The hero returns. It's lucky you came by when you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you went and saved Eastpool and all.
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that you get rewarded for it. Take it before I change my mind.
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's finally back on its feet again. And a home to free bearers. Who'd have thought we'd see the day, eh?
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves. Like your hideaway, but not even hidden away. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that reminds me of when I first met Sid. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. but somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled, and then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day, that whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't
The
manage
emotional
it,
Yakuza piano music.
after us. Good thing we've
Yeah.
got a few
Giving
half-decent
it shit,
swords
but-
waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
What happens when you notice the formula?
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved
Okay,
Eastmore
go for some
deserve is a
dinner.
hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
I'll never see that dinner. Running straight into the next side quest, baby.
This is no time to ride. Run like the wind. Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try.
Okay.
So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging. I surrender.
Sid.
Ah, Doris. You know, I always wondered where casting your lot with this criminal.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have this woman, my former master, once trained. She raised me like a daughter.
It wasn't all terrible. Surely, you were always so eager to learn. And had such... But you proved yourself. How about it?
I never swore my blade to you. To liberate the bearers of the... Farewell, master.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
Oh, she's gonna walk away.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore.
Okay, but we
And
can
she
be.
no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right. If
The Imperial Court? What Imperial Court?
And thank you for everything.
City's destroyed. This chick's gonna slither out of it.
Now, I better let these bearers know that they're safe.
This is the time where you'd probably have some vigilante justice, man. Because they're not getting anything otherwise.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
You say so. Oh. Warp.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sambrek. Went quietly, or so we're told. And she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry. She'll be all right.
I hope so. Suppose you should know, eh? You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them.
Might as well turn this up.
How may I help you today, Clive? You earned this. All done?
Ring of the Swift Shot. One pump jump.
Yote, I brought back all the stone and water I could find. Will this be enough?
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for it.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
Problem, he's just too good of a guy. Look classic. Looks like a tire up. Hard to say. Quite a few quests out here, so I'll have to see.
So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
Clive!
And the Akashic?
Mostly off to the north still. But I told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside.
Well done.
Welcome back, Sid. I'd never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let slip. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would turn out to be the
That's
realm's
great.
most
Yeah, everybody
infamous
discovers, he
outlaw?
said.
Keen to help us out again?
Still going through this rigmarole, dude.
Sneak off without
Who
me, did ya?
cares?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. Zoltan, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village and that.
I did, yeah. But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave the chiefdom to the two of us. He left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravost, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine instead.
You're what Dravost needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot the consequences. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what I felt I had to.
What you had to do was your duty!
Even if it meant we all starved?
Enough. This is no time for bickering. You can finish beating each other up once Dravost is safe.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway.
He didn't say anything.
So have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in. We're short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? I need to get my head straight before any of them Akashic try to bite it off.
Okay, there's your map.
You, ready for the off then?
We can't afford to waste any more time.
Right you are. Might be worth having one last word with the scouts, though. Don't want any nasty surprises, do we? Oh, and Blackthorn, you and Zoltan might be better off staying inside the...
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls, and there are more coming up from the mines.
What was I saying about nasty surprises?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open. We're pulling back behind the gates.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside, but keep your weapons handy.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's our job. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to barricade the gates. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting at all if you can help it.
August's right. I've seen what Akashic beasts can do to armor. The people here are tough and willing, but they ain't equipped to face what's coming.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as I can.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate.
I'm gonna kill him,
It
dude.
won't come to that.
You can just juice.
You'd better be right.
Take good care of Dravos till I get back.
You could just fucking juice. He never does. That's only for the big
things
ones.
what for, yeah?
Really, there's no downside to him juicing either, dude.
All right. Which one of you's first? Nice try. Over here. I'm hurt, Torgal. Torgal, kill! All yours, Torgal. Waken! Is that it?
His lips didn't even move.
Apparently not.
Nope. New enemy. Let's go, man. Chimera. Now we're talking something.
Past me.
Horrible. No, they're doing the FF16 shit though. Ram's voice, Dragon's voice, and all that shit. I don't know if like Chimeras have just done that before or FF14. I don't remember. Why not FF14 and Final Fantasy? Not exactly sure. Jesus, how do you even get away from that? You can't sprint. Unless I've missed some essential shit this entire time. Raw, raw. Like really tough and challenging? No. I would say the normal trash mobs are piss easy. To the point it might be a problem. Because there's really not much aggression or give and take. It's still fun to kind of like optimize your moves and just kind of beat ass through them. But the bosses, you definitely got to move around and do more stuff. It's not like brain dead, but I wouldn't say it's hard. I usually have plenty of healing left. It's still a lot of fun, but it's not like a big deal. But I definitely think maybe there could have been like a hard mode or maybe even a balance rework with normal mobs, but that would kind of change how combat works and shit. But no, I don't know. We'll see the final thoughts on all that is, but no, I would say overall it's pretty easy, yeah. I mean, it depends on your experience with action games, but...
Now, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. But we got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good. Though you do know, more will come in time.
In time, yeah. But we can think about them later. Let's get you back inside.
I think New Game Plus is supposed to change the enemies and add new moves and be harder and stuff, but that didn't do me much good. Yeah, I wouldn't say the fights are... The boss fights and the big fights like that are definitely not easy to the point of not being fun. The question is more if the standard fights maybe are. I still have fun with them, but it probably could be something a little deeper there.
You're even more fierce.
Even just allowing you to combo an enemy like infinitely would be fine.
To give those Akashic monsters nightmares.
Just something to kind of
Almost felt sorry for the wretched things.
let you stretch your skills
But
a little bit.
I felt grateful.
Even if it doesn't really matter.
Ravaged won't forget what you did today.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood. Meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying just the same. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravos needed you. So, thanks.
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I doubt I'd have listened. I always envied you. How you made everything look so easy when, for me, it was anything but. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you. And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier, it was true. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... Dravoj isn't what it once was. Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day because it's easy and turns a profit. It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of our smiths are making. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example, but no one sees the point. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravoj what a true master blacksmith looks like. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept, but I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft, shall we?
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Knowing him, he'd let you in anyway. Blackthorn. The Master Smith turned outlaw, back in my good graces. I never thought I'd see the day.
Good for him.
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
Deal.
And this is?
A token of our lasting gratitude. But I'm of a mind to make you a far grander gift. Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief for generations.
Ooh, the ultimate
now, hold on,
sword.
Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to own an edge Odin will be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry. And they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravoj in the first place? A certain ring? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a different kind of metalwork. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
New weapons.
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the hideaway, would you?
He's more than welcome. As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan, get your tools. We've got a legend to forge.
As long as I got the materials, right? Let's go take a peek. I'll go right now. See this legend. I feel like we're getting close, man. I doubt these are the last barrage of side quests. But we're definitely ending some arcs. Maybe there's gonna be stuff in Waloed. I mean, there's more hunts, but maybe it would just be hunts.
Ah, the man himself.
We were just about to make a start on that sword I promised you.
It's funny, but none of this would have been possible without your help. You remember Camille? We'll be using his level one for the grip.
We've already done
the steel,
the materials, right?
Tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the Outer Isles? That'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
A team effort led by the
Blacksmithing
greatest
game.
blacksmith alive.
Gotta be something.
Now, save that talk to the thing's finished.
It's gotta be
yeah?
something like that already, but yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
ready if you are.
Full blacksmithing.
Bellows it is then.
Like one of those shop games like Potionomics or something. Watch the sword be shit.
Well, bugger me. We actually did it.
Sometime we're standing there. That's a cool looking sword.
Sword to end all swords. Ragnarok.
It's quite something.
I trust you'll take good care of it.
Thank you. Both of you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsman alive then?
This? Nah. This was just following the footsteps of the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge. Here.
A list of materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road back from Dravost.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better.
Even better.
Something worthy of a
Ragnarok 2.
like yourself.
That's a weapon I'd like to see. You leave this list with me.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads?
Something tells me I won't be able to get all of that stuff
Raising a cup to
for a bit.
friendship reforged.
They usually have this shit pretty on lockdown when you're gonna be able to make these.
It's about time I had something to celebrate.
Since you can only do stuff in
Tap
waves.
the kegs! Vulcan's boys are on their way!
When he goes back and his village is fucked. Me village. It's fucked. Goddard Damerong. That's the name. At least equip the motherfucker, man. What does he need?
I never fought me, and if it hadn't been for you, yeah, the weight of all that shit. Clever girl, that one. What do you want?
Gonna make Ouroboros as well. Another gelatinous mass. Oh no, wait. Stained loincloth. Stained loincloth. Sounds disgusting. A stone tongue. I need 3 orichalcum. 2 dark steel. Primitive battle horn. Yeah, this is some big shit. So I'm guessing there's 5 orichalcum at least. Dark steel. Primitive battle. A lot of hunts. Man, we still got some game left for sure. So those might be the finales though. Oh, new hunts. Maybe the hunts you need for those are not revealed until you get the quest. It's just different stats of swords. Your move variety is going to be more in the icons. This stuff, these are all moves, generally. So you gotta equip different stances, and then within those 3 you pick, you can add 2 moves to it. If you master moves, you can even put moves from other summons into the one you're on. Like this one, I'm using the green lady with 2 fire things. 2 different fire things, and then this one's just all the same. I got a blue with the purple here, so. Yeah, it's not a like variety weapon kind of thing. Like a Bayonetta or Devil May Cry or like a Souls game or something. It's more focused on moves and single styles. Oh, here's a new one. An S rank. Cephalic Terror. It's like a crazy chimera. The Velcro.
How may I help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts?
I want the Genji gloves.
Come again. I may have more for you.
We'll go down and grab this. I will be going out to grab some food or a drink. Depends on what my brother wants here. Maybe both even. We'll probably take a stream break. So, I'm going to mention it. I was holding off on mentioning it. Overall, just as a primer, I have enjoyed the game. I think it's got its little quirk for sure, but overall I think it's pretty good. I will say, I think the soundtrack for the hype, for the Soken being the guy who composed it, a little underwhelming. I think it's a little safe. It's got some cool moments, the big moments, you know, the epic music, stuff like the Ifrit thing where they'll actually change the styles. Like none of it's like bad. I think it's just compared to his 14 stuff, which is a really high bar. FF14 has one of the better soundtracks, just period. I would say it's a touch underwhelming compared to that. I think they're trying to keep it a little less and a little bit more check, you could say. Like, see, that's still fun. They didn't really fight back much, but like, it was pretty cool putting all those together. Yeah, it's like I'm really into music and really into like game music, and I consider FF14 to be pretty high on the music quality scale. It's kind of just, yeah, a little safe. I think too often it kind of goes for your typical, you know, it's a generic piano when it's sad, it's big bombastic, you know, when shit's crazy, it's, you know, more strings and that epic kind of feel, and it's just kind of you running around. And I think sometimes even the mix, the music's not very loud, well, unless you're in a fight, but like when it's there, it's good. But the Soken stuff that's really strong in FF14 is partially strong because it has a lot of range. It's not just big generic epic music. It's not, you know, I hear Latin words and I put 2 thumbs up. Like, you know, you're getting stuff that sounds like Power Man 5000. You're getting stuff that's like, you know, like jazz, smooth jazz, or like crazy, you know, what do they call it, black jazz or something. You're getting like, you know, your big strings and stuff, but you're still getting like, you know, guitar solos and just shit all over the place. Yeah, like the choir stuff's fine. I think if anything, like because of this, I feel like I've gotten more tired of his choir shit. Yeah, like, because I feel like I wouldn't say it's like a leitmotif thing in this, but I feel like it almost sounds a little too similar to some of the more just like classic FF14 kind of sounds. Like the way he does the piano. I think some of the Heavensward music sounds a lot like this. I feel like I'm hearing like some of the same music. And it's like it's the same guy, but like almost to like a distracting degree. Yeah, I'm not saying every track he's done is great, and I'm definitely not saying every usage of his music's great. They use far too much of some of the shittier stuff in FF14 too often, but I think overall, yeah, he's good, and the range is, and how much they let the music really breathe in FF14 is one of the strong suits. I think in this they try to make it a little bit too like stereotypical cinematic, where the music's kind of in the background or it's just kind of ambient, and but then it's big and it's epic and it's the chorus and stuff. And I think part of that's because they wanted to make this more of a grounded fantasy thing. I'm gonna say though, I don't think this is like a political grounded fantasy thing at all. Like not, I mean there is a bit, but like if you go into this expecting fucking Game of Thrones, Final Fantasy Tactics or anything, it is not. It's saving the world from an ancient evil with big set pieces, and I have fun with that stuff. But I think it's funny that they would try to like keep their dick in their pants with the music and like some of that tone to try to like capture this more like FFT type of like story when it's really not even one anyways. Yeah, it's a little odd for sure. Yeah, I didn't know for sure if I wanted to like, I was gonna wait to hear more, but I was like, I think it's kind of whelming. Yeah, it's not like bad. Like each track's solid, and when shit gets going, it's pretty cool. But for like the stuff I'd expect from FF14, that range and shit, and some of the really standout tracks there is. In this game, I think I've only said music, like once or twice, and they've reused a lot of the music. Anyways, like the Ifrit thing's pretty good, but they've used that one a few times, right? That one was one of the few that I felt like it had any like range. It's like they'll let them do some shit, right? I think Titans was crazier too, right? But like they do go off the rails sometimes, but like these area tracks, they're essentially the nighttime tracks, which I don't think those are done by Soken in FF14. I think it's a certain other composer who does the piano versions. And those are nice and all, but yeah, they can sound kind of generic. Or not generic, but samey. So when you've heard a lot of FF14 music, some of these safe ones, I feel like because of FF14 are even more, I want to say boring, but like whelming because they sound so much like just stock FF14 music. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured they do. I mentioned it at the beginning that I was probably going to play it a bit more safe. But I don't think you need to. I think people just go way too safe with the music. Take Final Fantasy Tactics, right? It's going for a similar type of story. I mean, very similar, right? And like in the very, the overarching kind of feel, right? Like political movements, ex-noble becomes some kind of outlaw. There's a hidden ancient evil cult thing pulling the strings and all that. It's like the same shit, but like it still has like cool ass music and it doesn't like ruin it or anything. Granted, it's a completely different visual style and all that, but it's like, I don't know. I am more of the mind that you can like let the music breathe and do cool stuff, and I get wanting to have some kind of cohesive feel and shit. Like, want it to be too goofy, but I mean, it works for FF14. I mean, FF Tactics has a cohesive feel to the music. That they're still like bangers, right? Like, it's just kind of like, I don't know. I think they played it too safe. You could say that in a few different areas for sure. We were mentioning that earlier in the playthrough. I was that I feel like they undertune some of the enemies a little bit and some of those elements to try to make sure that people are able to always like play it, even if you're not big into action games. If you're a turn-based guy, you can still play it. I think they like worried way too much about that and should have just leaned in harder. I still think it's a lot of fun. I still think it's good. We'll see where the story goes. I'm not gonna lie, this point in the story has dipped a little bit. It's definitely dipped a little bit. I don't find Barnabas interesting. There's some very poor side quest timings, I would say, in this part of the game. And some very odd warping back and forth across the map stuff when it really doesn't need to happen. Like when you're gonna fix the ship and they're still there and Jill's like captured and you just don't really care. Like the characters don't really seem to care that much. It just feels very odd. If you want it to be more grounded or like low fantasy or something, or character driven, it's like you have to have like those windows into the characters and those motivations and consistency in like their characterization, and I feel like some of that missed. Part of it's just that I don't think Barnabas is very good. So we'll see where it goes from here. I'm still having fun. I enjoy it, but I do think there's like a few more little cracks there. Yeah, move down for sure. And it's like if they just want to play it safe, that's just like the vision they had. They don't want to. They want it to be more atmospheric and stuff. That'd be one thing. At that point, I would start kicking up your nature noises and stuff, right? Some of the areas look very nice. They're very dense, well realized, kind of like semi-fantasy, forests and environments, but like I barely hear any sound effects, right? So at that point, kick up that element of it. They do a good job with having lots of little conversations that just start happening whenever you're just nearby, but I mean, generally you're not getting like a whole lot of all that, so when it comes from like nature noises and shit. Or maybe I'm just not listening hard enough. I do think this game has that typical problem that most AAA games do, where you crank the volume by like double when the fight starts, so I have to generally balance the volume to be a lot lower to make up for those moments. Part of that's just the streaming element. I have to have my voice be louder, and I think I've been a little lax on that. I'm like way too quiet, probably compared to the game when it's in action. So like this track, right? Not this track, but the track that plays outside of this. It's like dun 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 dun. It's like I swear to fuck, I heard it in FF16 already. Like it's the exact same shit. They got like that kind of like ghostly kind of piano vibe going on, and it's like it's good, it's fine, but like I think partially just hearing so much FF14 music kind of soils a little bit of the soundtrack in this, but I also just don't think there's enough range there. Like when it's big, it's cool, it's nice, and there is some range for sure. It's not as bad as like a Horizon or something where you don't even hear the music, it doesn't even exist, right? But I think when I think back to the Final Fantasy as a series, right, music is such a big part of it. So consistent on having like really fucking good music, even in some of its shittiest titles, right? So it's like, and usually it's music that stands out, right? They don't usually do a whole lot of background type of music, right? Like they might go big and epic like FF15, but like, the music's still front and center usually. So, and this pulls from that for sure, but I think one of those things, if you're going to try to make it a little less traditional in some ways, one of the traditions to keep that doesn't hurt is probably have the music still be, in your ears.
Don't get surrounded. Thanks, Cal.
Like it's hard to like listen to some of the stuff in this and then think about like, the FF13 music or the tactics music or some of Uematsu's work, or even 14 itself, right? It's like the same guy who did the music in this, and be like, oh yeah, this is on the same level. Is it better than most of the AAA schlock I play musically? Like, yeah, but there's kind of a standard there. And it's one of the things that people will come in here and ask about, you know, how's the Soken music? It's one of the things they sold it on. There were streamers who had ads where they had to say that who the talent was behind the game, right? Like it's Yoshi P, it's Soken, it's the DMC combat director. It's like a part of like the selling point, so I think they build that kind of expectation and I think they play it too safe. I think in part because they were, I don't want to say scared, but trying to like change it, but then kind of wherever they could correct themselves a little bit to still make it feel like Final Fantasy. It kind of creates these weird like voids, like this is what I mean. Like you can hear the Final Fantasy motif with the crystals and all that from like some of the original games, and they'll bring all that stuff really often, but they'll almost do it like too much and like this feel that it's them trying to remind you it's Final Fantasy. Like they don't even fucking believe it or something, right? Like a lot of Final Fantasy games won't even like barely pull those like motifs from like old Final Fantasy games, right? Like it's got enough in common already, right? Like it doesn't need the FF1 theme or some shit. It's like it's cool to have it, right? It's kind of like a, you know, the front end of a lot of Zelda games will have some of the same sounds, but yeah, I feel like they've leaned on some of those a little bit at times. I don't think it's too bad, but I feel like it's kind of just this like sign of playing it safe, right? The thing is too is like they play it safe, but if it's getting roasted for anything is that it's different. So they play it safe, but then they still got kind of fucked anyways on it, so it didn't really amount to much. But I mean, I don't know the general reception, and I'm sure it's still selling well enough. And I still like it. I do like it. But yeah, there's definitely stuff to talk about. Just because I like something doesn't mean I blindly like it. That's how to be the lamest. How to have the lamest conversations, right? But I feel like I always have to say, but I still like it, because people do not get that. That you can have problems with something and still like it. Seems to be a nuance lost these days to a lot of people. I just feel like I have to make my general thoughts known if I'm laying into a part of it. But yeah, I mean, whatever. That's rambling about my own shit. I would say the soundtrack's definitely well made, right? Like this isn't like a bad song. Got nice bits in it. But it's not really anything special, is it? I mean, yeah, it's got like a sad feel or something. It's nice that it uses a little guitar and stuff. It's not just, you know, generic, just only strings. But
With Canva in the hands of Akashi.
it does the job, but it's not the best example, but like, you know.
Ah, Sid. Wasn't expecting you back so soon. So?
I mean, I get it. Most Final Fantasy games have a mix of like upbeat or varied music because it's not always just really like down or depressing or something, right? So I mean, they don't want some kind of like, you know, female vocals going to crazy pop electro music like in FF16. That's probably not going to work out in just a random zone, but I think there's still plenty of room for range, right? You can capture a lot of feelings with more than just fucking strings, man. Yeah.
That's brilliant! Thanks a blim! I'll fit him to the smelter right away!
But, I'm not a composer, but I listen to enough shit.
May I present to you
Yeah, the choir chanting. I don't know why that's, yeah.
Telemon Furnace!
Why that would be the thing that people think of as Soken.
She's a beauty.
I think it's just people's tendency to be always most impressed by like the most big epic track or something. Or once you hear enough of that shit, in my opinion, you kind of grow tired of it. There's more music that exists.
You saved my bacon again, Sid! And I ain't about to let your good deed go unrewarded!
It's fine.
It's not like it's
really.
bad stuff.
My
but-
bag's flexible enough already.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few improvements to it yet.
You could just buy me a bigger...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? And I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on. The Telemon furnace was just what we needed to perfect it. It's a metal, see? So it's lovely and strong, but it's also, well, stretchy, if you can believe it.
Stretchy metal. Well, if you insist.
That is the spirit. You'll love it, I promise. So, what do you reckon?
It's actually quite ingenious. Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all kinds of uses for it around the hideaway. Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Dreaming up new ways to make life easier around here. Maybe even out there, too. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many. You mark my words.
They'll hardly believe their eyes, I'm sure.
And here I thought this giant cylindrical room was gonna have some kind of crazy elevator or engine thing. Maximum. It's just a big furnace.
With Canva in the hands of Akashic, I need to find another.
The Velcro. Oh, I probably don't want to fight him first. It sounds like it's a chimera. A lot of side quests left, and these are probably all big, like Archender ones.
The Dominion's all but done for.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks? And you're just gonna fall into line?
I don't trust this Duke.
Oh, Clive, my wards and I.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders. Not that any of those things still exist.
And what does he want with North?
He wants to transfer a foundation upon which to build a new Sambrek. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants.
He would rob the populace to pay for...
Believe me, I have used every means of...
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied.
How? By a man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny would, given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you, for your services to Northreach, and unlike Philippe, well...
I'll see what I...
Thank you.
Tell me then, In the garrison?
Overseeing the...
All right.
Alright, buddy. The Duke. Guess we're gonna have to beat up his soldiers.
Before, at the remembrance ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
I don't remember who that is.
We already have a leader in the town.
Just kill him, man.
Halt! Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass. But you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about you and your heroics. Wait here. I'll go and ask.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison.
The Urian voice.
The Empire owes you a debt, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek, or favor?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned. But no more. For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire rebuilt, beginning right here in Northreach.
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent troubles. Her defenses are sound, and her garrison well prepared. Which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twinside. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place. With Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the twins. Plans are already underway for the construction. Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they are no match for the might of Sanbreque.
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their worldly goods.
The people will do as their leaders command. If Sanbreque is to be rebuilt, she will require a functioning government. One whose authority is beyond question. That is why this levy is necessary. So that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed, outfitted, and paid as befits a defender of the Empire. And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people and drive them from their homes.
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less,
Jesus,
and you mean to deprive them of even that. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later. A citizens' revolt.
Smooge out of that.
I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other side. War.
Yeah.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
Yeah, the direction for sure I expect to be a little different. It still skirts the line of the direction I kind of expected, but
Alright there.
it's far from the nuanced, yeah, political machinations with, you know, jump into a complex, you know, cast of different characters in different places and all that, right? Granted, it's not like there's anything wrong with keeping it mostly focused on just a few characters. I think it's still missing a bit of that, the nuance and stuff you'd probably expect from something that's a bit more focused on characters and, I guess, political movements and shit, which it's really not, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Is it you're after, sir?
Just your opinion, actually.
Not that those things are
I wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
bad to have anyways.
Oh, him. Not much. None of us traders do. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to the holy capital, could they? And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us if we don't clear off. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'll be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand.
But not that I don't enjoy the world building or the story just in general anyways. Got some dips, some odd pacing stuff here and there. In general, I do like the pacing of that, but yeah, if you don't like slower moving stuff at times. Maybe it can be a bit odd. Not that it's like ultra slow. I think it just has some moments that are, depending on if you do certain side quests and they just have certain things placed. Like I mentioned that part with the boat, you know. I don't know. I wouldn't really call it like slow. Especially if you're just doing the main story. Compared to say something like, you know, like a crossbow. You know. That's one of the kings of being slow, but good, right? Like ultra world building and lots of consistent like characters and, you know, facts and stuff that are remembered throughout the story from even the side quests, you know, that carry over into everything, right? And most of it's optional, so not quite like that. Yeah, there's a few moments. The moment where usually it's related to mid, where you're making mid's machine. Not terribly good. I don't mind slow moments like that if they serve a lot of purpose, but going out on it's essentially like a fetch quest with very little, like, you know, like it's fine to do that kind of stuff. You just are introducing characters, showing the state of the world, you know, having that be a reason to show, you know, important world building beats or character beats that you couldn't show normally. It could be some moments for Joshua or for somebody else to bond with our guy, like more down moments when they're not like raiding someplace. But I don't think they do those kinds of things in that part. Obviously the part where you're like, you know, like I said, Jill's kidnapped and you're just kind of like putzing around, and then they introduce a bunch of side quests at that point. I definitely think the side quest timing has been pretty poor in this stream last 5 hours. Bizarrely poor. They're like, okay, we're about to raid Canvar, and then they give you like 2 side quests, and you're like, what? Thing is, if you skip the side quests, you might not be able to do the next thing in the chain, or you'll just miss them entirely. So it's like, generally you'd want to do them. Even if that doesn't happen that often, it has happened in general, so. So that's a little on. Yeah, that's some of the main quest. Like, I mean, some of it's crazy, super over the top, you know, paced really well. I think when it's in its early stages, I like the slow pacing a lot. But as it's like building And they're like just kind of, we're in World of Darkness. It's like, I don't think they're showing off World of Darkness to the level I like. Or at least with as much urgency maybe as I'd like. And then they're still having kind of like these semi-fetch quest MSQ things, and it's like, I don't think they're fucked. And I would say more the side quest timing, you know, if you are going to do side quest, probably is more poor. But it's definitely iffy. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, is it's the purpose of it, right? Because I've always said, like, you know, like side quests and obviously main story, there's got to be some purpose. It doesn't have to be like Hollywood. It can be character development, it can be world building, something that's like interesting, or just something that's fun or just well written, like a cool scene. But if it's like, it's not really like developing a character when they need it, or if it's not really like adding to the immersion or like building any world building, or it's not super interesting in its own right, then like why even have it, right? Why not just tighten up the experience, right? I mean, you could say there's some kind of immersion for just having like a generic quest, right? Just a simple mundane thing, but I think that honestly the game's a bit more focused on big, crazy scale stuff. It isn't like a small kind of feel. So, I don't know, sometimes those are a little iffy. But yeah, I would agree. Like, there's some characters, you know, like Goats or like Byron, that are just fun because, and Sid, that are just fun because they're just written well and they have like refreshing personalities. But it's like characters like Jill, honestly, Clive's continued development post all of his initial arcs, they're not, I mean, Josh was fine. I mean, they don't really like go, they don't do enough. Like the whole romance thing with them, like it was hinted the whole time, but like Jill's been essentially just a fucking damsel, man. Like she's either just like a third wheel in a lot of cutscenes, or just like getting fucking like needing to be saved a bunch of times. And it's like, which is fine if you want to make a character that's kind of like that, you know, like, you know, but it feels like personality wise there should be more going on, right? Like if she gets captured, she gets captured, whatever. I mean, people can get captured. It's that there's not much personality beyond that. Like, you know who she is. She's not like ass cheeks or something, but like I feel like it could go a little, like do a little bit more. So it's like these moments where you're like going out and like fixing up a, you know, the engine or whatever. It's like that would be a good time for it. And technically they did, right? You pick between Tarja, you pick between Jill to have like a conversation. I just don't think they really go far enough. It's like little small things. They need to have it be, these characters have a bit more agency and be a bigger part of the story, right? People don't play a whole lot of modern high-budget games and haven't played 14 or don't jive with it, bounce off the pacing of the story the hardest. Yeah, I imagine, like, I really like things that are willing to take it slow and really build worlds and have, like, consistency of, like, movement and, you know, like, lots of detail into, like, the effects of things and stuff like that. Like a Crossbell. Like I said, I have a problem with the end of Crossbell's storyline, but the build-up all the way to it is pretty excellent, you know, like world building in a game. And you know, maybe something like a Disco Elysium or something, you know, just you throw out the usual suspects. There's others, but, and it's like I don't know if they build, like they build a cool enough world in this, but I don't know if it's on that same level to, yeah, sometimes justify some of those moments. Not justify, but I think it's quite up to snuff. Like they're not building out the characters to the level I'd like at times. And they're not like you get what makes each place tick, but it's like, so it's like I still like it overall, but it's like, yeah, I feel like they could do a little bit better with some of the character work. So it's like if you get slow moments, that's fine, but have the slow moments, you know, make sense for what's going on in the world. Don't have me go on a wild goose chase to go back to base to get Sid's fucking thingy hit in a fucking like a fucking, you know, music box while everybody's hiding in a town being sieged by fucking zombies. Like, that's not the good time for it. It doesn't build anything, right? It doesn't, like, really give us more Sid and his daughter relation stuff. It doesn't, like, remind us of Sid in any kind of fun way. It's not really that interesting in its own right. You're just running around base. It's like, why have it? Like, when I was doing that part earlier, I was like, you could literally just write it in a way where they have to stay, like, partially overnight for them to finish, you know, fixing the ship up, and they're hiding out because they know there's, like, zombies and shit. And they need to go because they're chasing down, they literally want to chase a guy across the sea while this is happening. And then they give you, like, fucking, like, story quests, and he takes a trip back to base and stuff. And, like, just have it so that they're just tinker on it all night, and then they get found out by the end, and then have the scene where they have to escape, just like they did in this game. Why even bother with the stuff in between? All it does is have less permanence of, like, or less consistency of location, right? Because you already jump around the map like crazy in this, right? You know, it doesn't do a great job there. It's got that, like, the bad parts of Game of Thrones kind of vibe going on there. Like, they'll travel still, but there's still times in the main story where they'll just warp back to base, right? And while they, like, show that these warps are a thing, they don't really talk about actually using them. It's still supposed to be like a journey. So, like, when characters are, like, jumping halfway across the world all the time to go get a couple, like, little tools or something that didn't need to happen while we're trying to chase somebody in the fastest ship on Earth with our new fastest ship on Earth, it just doesn't. It's like, you could consider it a plot hole, but it's one of those things where it's like that attention to detail there is, I feel like, what, like, makes a lot of the difference between, like, a more nuanced kind of, like, detailed story if it is focused on, like, the small stuff versus something that, like, doesn't, right? So it's just like, fuck, man. If that makes sense. It's not the only moment. There's other moments. And I don't think they're, like, huge red flags for me. It's only been recent. But essentially since the World of Darkness arc, I would say it's kind of dipped story-wise a bit. I think up to that, I was all in. And I think some of the goodwill they've fostered with all that stuff has kind of kept me still invested, but I really don't know if they're going to be building the characters much more. They might kill some. And I don't know if any further world building is really going to do a whole lot. I think once they did the World of Darkness thing, they really needed to either, I don't want to say kick it in the ass, because I like having a nice slow pace, but focus in a little harder. Like, work the characters, you know, focus on us getting there, the bigger problems, stronger moments of world building, not just us going back to Martha's Rest for the 1,000th time just to kill a couple dudes, but something bigger happening, you know, in these places. Not Hollywood big, but something of, like, you know, something fresh, something of, like, importance. like not just like another, like, kill boars kind of quest vibe. I don't know if that makes sense. Anyways, my brother's ready to go, so if you guys had anything more you wanted to say on all that, we could talk about it. But once we're done, I'm gonna save any more convo till I'm back. Clive and Jill are both people who had a bad time and desensitized murderers, but this game doesn't really lean into it. Yeah. And that's my thing too, is I feel like sometimes they kind of just, I don't know, they kind of lean into, like, flowery kind of tropey stuff. You know, like, oh, the darkness of the world, oh, I have to save the world. You know, we've had, you know, like, I don't know, they get into all that kind of platitude heavy stuff. And I mentioned it in the romance scene. I was like, I'm just not there with the character. Like, I'm not into the emotion of this cutscene at all, right? Part of it's Barnabas. You know, they're supposed to be, like, down about how they're, you know, she's supposed to be this, like, fucking, you know, a goblet of all these different dudes put together, this, you know, vessel essentially. And he's like, oh, I'm such a monster. Then she's like, oh no, you're just too good of a guy. You have to care more about yourself. And it's just like, I'm just not buying it, man. Like, yeah, he's a good guy, but like he's all of a sudden having this like this plight, this you know, inner problem or something. It's like I just don't buy it, man. Like, I've not felt like either the strength of character or I just sympathize enough with like whatever, because I don't think they've done a great enough job really, you know, showing him trying to take on too much, or like, you know, what is he really? He's just some like, you know, some avatar or something. It's like, but like the only way they've even like explained that to him was with Barnabas just hitting you with these like goofy purple prose. It's like Kingdom Hearts dialogue, and I'm like, I just like that delivery is not enough for me to buy that in the next scene they're going to be really down on themselves and then immediately get over it. Yeah, that's my thing. He's just like, fuck. You know, his cursing has been the most unfitting. It's been cool on like Gav and shit, but when the first thing you hear in like the Bahamut fight is him just saying fuck or shit, and you're just like, okay. it's like almost pretending to be edgy at that point. But it's like, that's fine. I don't mind like stuff that's like pretending to be edgy, funny, like some stupid Sonic Adventure shit, but that's not what they're going for. Yeah, that's my thing, is I feel like the consistency and of the character, and like that there's not really anything like going really super bad for him, right? Like, and it's like Jill gives him her power, but didn't they just say that like the goal of Ultima was to get all of the powers together, and they know that because he was sad that he is just like a vessel, but then she gives him her power anyways, but they never use any powers in the cutscenes that aren't Ifrit. So it's just like, there's just weird shit like that. And it's like, you could say some of it's plot holes and some of it's nitpicky, but it's like, when I'm supposed to be emotionally, yeah, yeah, I'm using one of her little moves and that's it. When I'm supposed to be I know it was just the time they had to give you a new ability because it's been a while, but it's like, okay, you know. But the times I'm supposed to be emotionally into these characters, at that point, right, with the romance and stuff, like, I just don't think, yeah, one, Jill's not characterized enough. Two, it's that problem where it's like Clive's only problem is he's just too good of a guy, right? You know, it's like one of those things you're like, okay, you know, like, that's fine if you can sell me on it, or he's just, you know, like, I don't hate him. I think he's fine character, but I'm not going to be getting into your super, you know, melodramatic cutscenes if you don't dig a little harder than that, right? Like, yeah, things are bad I mean, there's a whole lot of reasons for it. If things felt more bad in the world and I really empathized more, like, they've shown things are bad in the world, but if I empathized a bit more, maybe I could understand his bad feelings, because he just does care about the world and the people and stuff. If Barnabas explained everything in a way that wasn't like Looney Tunes as fuck, in a way that I feel like really would bother Clive, instead he just sounds like he's speaking out like a riddle out, then maybe I could get it a bit more in that cutscene. If Jill was, and their romance was pushed a little bit more, and they had a little bit of friction, and then that's like a scene where they get over it, like, I could get behind it a bit more. But the thing is, like, you get these scenes that are the culmination of a lot of like, kind of like loose threads. They're not like nice and tight, really well put together threads that lead up to this big moment. They're kind of just like, they're there. I mean, I don't think the scene itself is like awesome either, but it's like, there's a lot of things I feel like that go into like your big romance scene, or the I'm having issues with myself kind of scenes, and it's like, if you want me to buy it, I mean, on top of just being really tropey, right? Like, oh, the character, the really badass main guy, he got his ass beat down a couple times, and now he's feeling bad, and then he gets over it in 2 seconds, and he's talking about his darkness and this and that, you know. That doesn't help either, so I don't know. I think it's a lot of things. I'm rambling a bit, but Like, I still like it overall. I like the story overall, I would say. I think it's starting to dip a little. And I've heard from people it does kind of dip a little, but we'll see. Hopefully not too much. I don't just want it to be like, I mean, I know it'll probably be really over the top and epic and shit, and that'll be cool, but like, hopefully once the momentum gets going, it just kind of keeps going. But yeah, I hope it doesn't delve too deep into tropey generic land. Because that's an uphill battle. You could still make something good with that, but I just don't know if that's the that's the hit, man. If that's the way to go. Don't know. Anyways, I'll be back. Oh, it's interesting to talk about. I got a million more side quests to do and stuff before we find out where it goes from here, but it might just be that I'm just in a weird, just, you know, side quest land right now. So, we'll have a good time. There's a little bit more to dig into now, I think, for sure. Anyways, yep. Bye-bye.